Kenya, let me hear you. Hey, and my brothers from South Sudan, where are you? I'm here representing you. You know how we do, eh? Hey, Uganda, where are you? Hey, Zimbabwe. Senegal, where are you? Cameroon. Are we good? So, Rebecca, you're going to give us some instruction, dancing instruction. I'm going to help choreograph. Thank you.
So from what we have heard, you lead, I lead, we lead together, right? You lead, I lead, we, and then together. Your hands should go up, okay? Have some energy. And then simple moves. Everyone should move. We'll keep it very simple. Just move to the beats when you hear it. And then we will also do this. Okay, Benny, I think we're good to go. I need a beat for that, but okay. 1, 2, 3, go. Watch what Benny and I are doing. 1, 2, 3, go. Turn.
Hey. Who?
Turn.
Ha. Hey. Are we good?
I think we're good.
Are we good with that? Let's try it out, okay?
In 3, 2, 1.
We'll start with the right side,
Yeah.
okay? 1.
Turn. And turn. Good job, guys.
Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika. Kwa favor Africa, mwishani wonse. From country to country, yeah, we gotta work together. We are leaders now, aiming high for the better together. Make our nations greater, our sharing to the power. So
shape young men and women with the pillars, with the future. Here we are, let's join together with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry, never leave me alone. As I see light in a brighter future, let's join hands for youth and women. Let's join hands for youth and women.
I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality.
Ah, yeah. Vijana wa Afrika wote waungana, vijana vijana kutoka mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini, hata na kati, twaja pamoja ili tufanye nini?
So you lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality.
Hello, Kunjani. Search Bakai. Kiana. Bravo. Amahoro. Mambo.
Have the energy. If you can donate it to me, I will be much better than this. Yeah, 1, 2. Thank you so much for the energy, ladies and gentlemen. This is what Africa needs. Okay? Remember, in the afternoon, we shall be having a song, a video shot also, for what we did as YouLead. We stood with Kenya. And that song is called Amani, Peace or Freedom. I really want to tell you that YouLead is doing great for Africa. Okay? If you believe in yourself, let me hear you say, hey, oh, way, ra, ra, mwah. Thank you, but let me hope you don't cause any GBV, okay? Okay.
Africa, tusonga mbele mama Africa, Africa, country to country, yeah. Together, we are leaders now.
Come on, let's do this. Come on.
Together, to make our nations greater, we're sharing to power. So you lead, I lead.
Guys with the flag, guys with the flag, guys with the flag. Flag, come. Come with the flag, come with it. Come with it. Kucha, guys with the flag. Guys with the flag. Guys with the flag. Hey. Hey. Together we shape young men and women with the pillars, with the future. Here we are, let's join together with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry, never leave me alone. As I see light in a brighter future, let's join hands for youth and women. Let's join hands for youth
So
and
you
women.
lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality.
Yeah, vijana wa Afrika wote waungana, vijana vijana kutoka mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini, hata na kati, twaja pamoja ili tufanye nini?
So you lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality.
YouLead 2022.
Hello, kunjani? Search bakai. Yana. Bravo. Amahoro. Mambo.
Okay. DJ, wrap it up. Yeah. Yep. More in the afternoon. Thank you so much. Over to our session moderators, Madam Marcy and Mr. David. Over to you. Here you go.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to YouLead 2022, the 60th edition. When I say Africa, you say we move it. Africa? Africa? Thank you very, very much. We needed to warm the stage and recognize that we are youthful, and that has happened, so we are ready to begin. Thank you very much. My name is David Nyaribi. I work with ActionAid Uganda, and I am the ambassador of possibilities. And who do we have here?
My name is Mercy. Hi, everyone. Hi, how are you feeling today? I work with ActionAid Kenya as the program coordinator for youth and governance, and we are glad to have you here this year. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. So we have about 45 African countries here and about 7 countries that are outside Africa. Angola, where are you? Angola? Angola. They are still for breakfast? Okay. If Angola is not here, let's go to Tanzania. Tanzania. We also have Kenya, where Mercy comes from.
Africa.
Algeria. Whoa. Benin.
Benin right there. Thank you, Benin.
Botswana. Yeah.
Botswana.
Burundi. Cabo Verde. Cape Verde.
Okay.
Cameroon. The only African team.
Cameroon, we see you.
We need to recognize Cameroon for taking us to the World Cup and being there. Yay.
Yes, we have Comoros. Comoros? Okay, maybe they are still for breakfast. We have Libya. Libya is represented here as well. Libya? Okay, where I come from, Uganda. Hey, the Pearl of Africa right there. We have Nigeria. The Ogas, where are the Ogas? Okay, Nigeria. Senegal. Okay, I am very sure we have this one. Liberia. Yes, and very closely to Liberia we have Ethiopia. Where is Bisrat? Okay, yes. We have Eswatini. Okay. We have Malawi. Malawi right there. We have Morocco. Morocco, that is still representing us in the World Cup. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we have Rwanda.
hata na kati.
Rwanda.
Ili tufanye nini?
Absolutely. We have Tunisia. Tunisia, where is Sodifa? We have Zambia. Zambia, yes, we have Zambia at the back right there. We have Zambia. We have Zimbabwe. Yeah, Zimbabwe, thank you very much. Yes, we have Mauritius. We have Gabon. Okay, they are still for breakfast, possibly. Yes, you have some more countries that I have not mentioned. The Democratic Republic of Congo. Yes, Congo, thank you so much. We have South Sudan. Amazing, amazing, amazing. We have Guinea. Guinea, breakfast, okay. All right, all right. We have Niger. Niger, depending on whether you pronounce it French or English. Ladies and gentlemen, a country that I've forgotten, the ones that I've forgotten, I love those most. Mali, once again. Yeah. I mentioned Mali, but it's okay to repeat it. The Republic of South Africa. Lennon, yes, Lennon at the back right there. South Africa is here. Chad, they are still for breakfast. That's okay. Oh my God. Ghana! Amazing, amazing, amazing. So, are the African countries done? If I have forgotten your country, it's the one I love most. Oh, Burkina Faso! Yeah! Yes, Burkina Faso, you're very welcome. Any other? The Gambia! Ah, Gambia right there. Welcome, welcome with the flag. Namibia! The Upper Sudan. North Sudan! Right there. Thank you very much. Is there any other? The ones that I forgot, I love those most. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not have only Africa here. We have Denmark. Woo! We have Finland. Finland right there. We have Ireland. Is there any other? We have the United States of America. Yes! And once more, our host, Tanzania! So thank you very much. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are here for YouLead, the 60th edition. We shall keep recognizing the countries. Yes. Oh my God. We have the United Kingdom, England. Yes, right there. Thank you very much. France. Yes, France over there. Let's celebrate France, ladies and gentlemen. France. Absolutely. So welcome to the 6th edition of the YouLead Summit. We started 2017 and here we are in 2022. And our theme, we are going to shout it together. Do we remember the theme of this year? When I count up to 3, then we shout the theme out loud, right? 1, 2, 3, we go! Absolutely. Digital what? And the future of work. Absolutely. So this is the 6th edition of the YouLead Summit. We started 2017 and here we are. And we are going to give you a brief of what has been happening before the summit started. We have been having a boot camp that was sponsored by the Danida Fellowship Center. And the boot campers, let's see the boot campers. You just need to arise and shout. The boot campers. Absolutely. So we had a boot camp that was a pre-summit activity, but now these are the highlights. I am extremely happy to present to you the highlights of the YouLead Summit 2022. We shall have many things, but these are the key highlights. 1, we shall have the launch of Tanzania Youth Democracy Dialogue Project. Let's celebrate that, ladies and gentlemen. We shall have the presentation of the East African Community Youth Leadership Fellowship and a call for partnerships. we shall have the grand unveiling and launch of the TCDC DFC partnership together for impact. We shall have the Bingwa night. You want to be at the Bingwa night, I promise you. And continental fireside chat on leadership for the Africa we want. We shall also have a pitching session for East African Community Youth Enterprise Accelerator Awards and for the cross-border trade innovations post-COVID-19 economic recovery and decent jobs for youth. You want to be part of that as well. We shall also have the launch of the African Youth Business Council. I am sure you have gotten to see this document. Youth in Business Continental Apex Body. We shall have the YouLead 2022 Special Corporate Networking Dinner. We shall have Arusha Climate Justice Marathon. Yeah, I hear you. We shall have more than just a summit. On day 5, we shall have what we have called the Arusha Experience. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to YouLead 2022. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's been a couple of YouLead Summit activities that have happened that we must recognize and that have brought us to this place we are today. First, we have the boot camp that is happening. We also had the Kenya Amani song that was produced in solidarity with the Kenyan elections. And in Kenya, we also had a pre-summit event that was attended by dignitaries from the East African community. So let's applaud ourselves for that. And we hope next year we'll have pre-YouLead summits in every country. Yes.
Amazing, amazing. We want to take this moment to recognize our online audience. Let's celebrate the online audience. Us who are here, let's celebrate the online audience. We have thousands of Africans, young Africans online for this summit. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall keep recognizing our dignitaries that are in the space. But right now, we want to recognize and celebrate the TCDC leadership led by Miss Makena Mobobia. Yes, right there, we celebrate you. We love you, Mama. Thank you for coming to this occasion. We have His Excellency Donald J. Wright, the U.S. Ambassador to Tanzania. We have His Excellency Mete Nogad, this Danish Ambassador to Tanzania. Then Honorable Dr. Peter Mathuki, Secretary General of the East African Community, represented by?
Represented by Dr. Irene Saka, Director, Social Sectors, East Africa, Community Secretariat.
Absolutely, and online we have Her Excellency Fatoumata Dambajang, the former Vice President in the Republic of the Gambia. Ladies and gentlemen, with us we also have Julie Koch, who is the Senior Program Manager of ActionAid Denmark.
Let me put that up. She's the International Director, ActionAid Denmark.
Yes, who else do we have of our dignitaries?
We'll keep updating.
Yes, but of course we have Professor Eddie Maloka, represented by
Jean.
Yves Adu, the Acting Director of Monitoring and Evaluation, APRM. Thank you very much, and Kariba Arusha. Yes, we'll keep recognizing the dignitaries that are within the space, but most importantly, the young people of Africa. Hey, once more, the young people of Africa. Africa, we move it. Thank you very much. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, we want to dive very quickly into the program, and we are beginning day 1 with the under 40.
One more dignitary that is joining us online is the Uganda Minister for Youth. So he will be joining us virtually for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Certainly those voices will come through. It's a youth space, and we celebrate them. Ladies and gentlemen, Mercy and I, ActionAid Uganda and ActionAid Kenya, we are here to support the program, day 1, and we are now in for the Under 40 Political Leaders Forum. And we shall be able to have opening statements to open this summit, and we are privileged to right now invite the leader of the MSTCDC none other than Miss Makena Mwobobia.
Ah, yeah. Vijana wa Afrika wote waungana. Vijana he? Vijana ha. Kutoka mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini. Hata na kati. Twaja pamoja. Ili tufanye nini?
I have to consult these powerful young people, otherwise they'll kick me out before I know it. But I just want to say karibuni sana. Good morning. Karibuni sana TCDC. Thank you. So let me take the opportunity to invite the other dignitaries to come and join me on stage, and I'll say, Your Excellency, Donor Wright, please do come. Dr. Irene Isaka, please do come. Miss Julie Koch, my boss, please come. And Dr. Jean Yubo, please take your seats. All protocols observed. Yes, thank you very much. I'm so thrilled and excited. Like I always say, when you're with the young people, you remain young. I'm young. But the other day, my team challenged me, said, you always say that so that you refuse on that seat. But I promise I'm working with a number of you to take over the seat. So let me do the official opening remarks, because my team tells me if I don't write, I might take 2 hours, and I know most of you will just say, Makena, get out. So I just want to say a few things, because last year I was privileged to join YouLead, and my heart changed for the young people of Africa, because it is you who are driving Africa. We have faith in you. And I know a few of you this morning, we discussed and said, you people, you better get out because you're wasting our time. And we do apologize for starting late. So, distinguished guests, and especially my distinguished young people of Africa and of the world. Honorable John Mogera, the Regional Commissioner, Arusha, was supposed to be with us, has not made it yet because of some technicality. Honorable Your Excellency, Donor Wright, U.S. Ambassador to Tanzania. Her Excellency Mete, we will be joining us later. The Danish Ambassador to Tanzania. Peter Mathuki, represented by Dr. Irene, the Secretary General of East Africa Community, and our partners for the YouLead program. Excellency, Madam Fatumata, former Vice President of the Gambia, joining us online. Professor Eddie Maroka, which the Chief Executive Officer, African Union, for the African Peer Review Mechanism, Continental Secretariat, represented by Mr. G. Nadu. Government agencies present here, our partners, colleagues in the struggle, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very happy, as always, to be among such youthful and revolutionary minds. This is my second year in a row being part of the summit, and I must say I'm looking forward to celebrate our achievements, not just for last year, but for the past years since the inception of YouLead. It excites me to think about the creation of the roadmap for the coming years. This year's timely and well-framed theme is digital access and the future of work. Timely because the past 2 decades have been an extended water wash moment during which the world has changed in numerous ways, some for better, others for less. Well-framed because we in Africa find ourselves at a crossroad where we must navigate the present without forgetting the lessons of the past to ensure a safer, more just, and progressive future. Education must evolve faster than the rapidly changing scene of the workplace and keep abreast with the sales of the technological advancement. Digital transformation is inevitable. And when you look back at various points of history where contemporary technology has changed the way work is done, you can see it's a continuous cycle in each generation. We innovate, we look for ways to use that innovation to make our work more efficient and effective, all effective. In many respects, you could say that digital transformation opens more possibilities for the young people of this continent. We are all aware of how innovative you are. As we know it, it is the young people in Kenya who invented mobile money, famously known as M-Pesa. Therefore, when we improve your digital access and bridge the digital gap, I believe we will step closer to an inclusive and sustainable Africa. Silicon Valley does not have to be an exclusive attribute of the United States only. We too can have our own and better on this continent. Today, we know that an estimated 70% of sub-Saharan Africa's population is under 35, while most of the countries in Africa leaders are 55 and above. Here I am. This represents a significant gap between those deciding policy and those who must weather its effects. This summit creates a platform for the policymakers and youth leaders to engage and come up with fresh ideas and practical steps towards exploring creative policy models for new, impactful businesses created by young people. At the same time, we must remember our commitment to gender equality. I recognize great milestones made at various levels, and I know we shall be hearing more about some of the initiatives later during the week and what will be launched in progress, especially on the Leaders Fellows, which is supported by Plan International. I'm so excited about that fellowship program that will be inaugurated on Wednesday. And this gives us today again, together with our partners, the East Africa Community, the Jakaya Kikwete Foundation, and Julius Nyerere Leadership Center, Makerere University, and the Emerging Leaders Foundation in terms of what they will be presenting as new EAC Youth Leadership Fellowships, because we are looking for fellowships that will touch thousands, not just a few. So these are some of the calls that we are going to be making later to our development partners and governments, private sector, to rally behind and support these kind of initiatives that are aimed at raising the leaders for East Africa that we want. Last year, at this very summit, I called upon policy and decision makers to look into the challenges around COVID-19, public health related protocols, and how they were affecting the young people, and who'd now like to appreciate our efforts that have been put into making testing and travel much easier. However, we are yet to recover from the effects of the pandemic. This year, I implore leaders to use your spheres of power and influence to address the pandemic-related employment and income losses that have especially ravaged youth-owned businesses. We know that Africa has seen rapid development in the last decade, However, much is yet to be done to address the economic and socio-political challenges, most of which we inherited from colonialism and the arbitrary partitioning of our continent. Although we are improving trade in our regional blocks, it is very complicated for our young people to fully reap the benefits of the frameworks and policies that are in place. It is high time that we look into bringing down these walls and promote the unity and free movement of our people in the boundaryless Africa. This will improve and consolidate our economic, social, and political power as a continent. I am McKenna, an African citizen living in Tanzania. Finally, let me say that with all the great initiatives that we continue to develop together, they cannot be sustained if our countries do not experience sustainable peace and if our governments do not commit to honor their commitments to mitigate the effects of climate change. It is therefore critical that we, as young people, hold the global leadership to account for the commitments that they made recently at the just concluded COP27. I thank the YouLead leadership and secretariat, the YouLead consortium members, including ActionAid country programs in East Africa region, who are offering leadership on all forms of support to the consortium, has already been seen with David and Mercy this morning. The National Youth Councils of East Africa member states, young parliamentarians of East Africa member states, the Continental Youth Advisory Council of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, our partners who have supported this summit financially, in kind, in thought, and in ideas. I thank our co-conveners, His Excellency Jakaya Kikwete, former president and patron of YouLead, Honorable Dr. Mathuki, East Africa's Secretary General, Excellency Madam Fatoumata, former Vice President of the Gambia. Let me also acknowledge the presence of my dear sister, Dr. Irene Isaka, our new Director for Social Sectors at EAC Secretariat, who, despite being new, got into a role and has been very instrumental in making this year's YouLead Summit happen and anchoring our youth work in the EAC processes. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me appreciate all the most important of this occasion, Africa's young population, Africans, young people represented here today. Thank you so much. Yes, you can clap for yourselves. And I want to say with joy, it is my heartwarming note that this year's summit is largely self-sponsored. Self-sponsored, almost 80% of the young people represented here have self-sponsored themselves. Let us really say this is the first YouLead that we have seen leaders taking over. Thank you very much. It goes without mention, though, that notable partners have stepped in to bridge the gap financially. Among them, special goes to our strategic partner and sister organization, the Gandina Fellowship Center, for the financial support both at the pre-summit, the camp, and the summit itself. Others include ActionAid International Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, GIZ Africa Union, Plan International, International Trade Center, and we thank you for believing in youth and supporting this thoughtful generation for young leaders who are shaping and working for a prosperous and integrated Africa. Finally, I want to thank the US Embassy led by Donald, and I say thank you very much for the new partnership and the new partnership grant that is linked to this summit, and we look towards the future. Thank you very much. So here's to wishing all of us very fruitful deliberations, knowledge, experience, networking, progressive alliance building, Even more so exciting is the prospect of a post-summit agenda for 2023, which TCDC and partners will be more than glad to cross ranks behind and support all through. Thank you very much, and hongereni sana.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Mama McKenna. Yes, Mama McKenna is challenging us this morning and saying that we need an African Silicon Valley. And it is possible, considering that I am the ambassador of possibilities. I will tell you that it is very, very possible. Mama, thank you for those words. And she always tells us that we need to locate ourselves, we need to be the light, and we need to be the seed. Location is important, light shines and people see what to do, and then the seed germinates. Mama, thank you. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Mama McKenna. Ladies and gentlemen, I am extremely happy to invite the next speaker, who is none other than my boss, Miss Julie Koch, the International Director for ActionAid Denmark.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I send the apologies of the ambassador who couldn't be here this morning. She will join us later. So I'm speaking on behalf of her, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself, International Director of ActionAid Denmark. First of all, I would like to thank the government of Tanzania for this long-standing relationship that we have here with MS-TCDC. This is a result of the strong collaboration between the governments of Denmark and Tanzania. As we know, the young people's generation has never been bigger than it is today. Yet young people face unemployment and underemployment. They face poverty. They feel climate change and the loss of biodiversity stronger than any other groups in society. They are not represented in governance to the extent that they should be. And yet, it is not us here, the middle-aged generation, that are the future. It is you. It is the young people of Africa. I thank you all for being here. I think this week is incredibly important because this is where you have the chance to interact with decision makers. But equally, I think it's important what you do after this summit, what you go back to do, the ties that you will keep having together, the accountability that you will demand of your decision makers back home. We hope to continue to be able to support you. The Danish government has been supporting YouLead for a number of years. This is the first time I'm here, and I'm very thrilled to be here. And I want to especially also thank the partners that have been supporting YouLead for many years. So thank you all. I hope you enjoy this week and that good results will come out of it, because you are the future of Africa.
Thank you very much for reminding us that we are the future of Africa. So if we are the future of Africa and we are this good, then Africa has a great, great future. Thank you very much for those remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for the International Director. It's now my singular honor to welcome His Excellency Donald J. Wright, the US Ambassador to Tanzania, to speak to us.
Well, good morning, everyone. Habari za asubuhi. Dr. Irene Issaka, representative of EAC, Dr. McKenna, Director McKenna, distinguished guest, Julie Koch, International Director of ActionAid, ladies and gentlemen, and most importantly, youth of Africa. It's a pleasure to be here. Let me begin by saying This is not my first interaction with this organization. It's wonderful to be here, and I'm delighted to join in celebrating the kickoff of the 2022 edition of the YouLead Summit. In reality, this is my third time to attend this event. I had the good fortune to attend in 2020 and 2021. This is actually something that I very much look forward to, and the reason is because of you, the young people of Africa. Every time I come to a YouLead Summit, I'm inspired by the energy, ingenuity, and optimism of Africa's young people. Youth are vital to our future. This is true everywhere, but perhaps nowhere more important than here in Tanzania and Africa as a whole. In Tanzania, young people under the age of 35 represent 75% of all Tanzanians. You are the future of the country, and you will lead and tackle the most vital issues in Tanzania as well as around the world. This is why it's crucial to make sure youth have a seat at the table, that they can make their voices heard, and they can play a part in the decision-making process on the issues that affect them. No one has been working harder to make the reality than the team behind you, the YouLead Summit team. Over the past several years, the YouLead Summit has grown to become one of Africa's flagship youth leadership programs by identifying, recognizing, connecting, and fostering cooperation among Africa's vibrant and influential young leaders and initiatives. Hongera sana. The U.S. Embassy is a proud supporter of the YouLead Summit and many other initiatives that support the youth here in Tanzania. In fact, the vast majority of U.S. government support for Tanzania goes to programs that support the health, education, and economic advancement of the young people. Our prioritization on youth advancement and empowerment is based on the reality millions of youth face every day. We know that if Tanzanian youth have access to and use high-quality health and education services, they acquire high-demand skills and establish sources of income and can actively participate and lead efforts in civic life. Then they will be far more productive and engaged citizens. Frankly, this is good for them, but it's also good for all of us. By 2050, a quarter of the world's population will be here in Africa. Almost all of them will be young people. There is no greater or more important challenge than ensuring that these young people are empowered, are healthy, and are productive. Which really begs the question, how do we do it? That is what we're here to do today, to discuss. And the solutions won't come from me or the other people on the stage, they'll come from you. Mimi ni mzee. Sio kijana. So in the spirit of the summit, which is about to spotlight the voices and ideas of youth, let me end there and give the floor to Vijana. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, the Ambassador of the United States to Tanzania. We'll just have a simple reorganization here because of protocol, and then we will continue. But a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for His Excellency, the Ambassador. Thank you very much, sir, for inspiring us and reaffirming that we are the future and Africa is brighter and it's going to be better because of us here, but also committing to continue supporting the processes of YouLead, but also the young people in general. We are grateful to the embassy and all the American people for the support that they give to Africa, and especially the African youth. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for His Excellency the Ambassador. Ladies and gentlemen, the YouLead Summit is hosted in Arusha, and it has been hosted 5 times, and today is the 6th. And the EAC is a very close partner. Actually, day 2 tomorrow, we shall have some sessions at the EAC. They are a solid and amazing partner to us. And we are going to be listening from a representative of Honorable Dr. Peter Mathuki, the Secretary General of the East African Community, and he's represented by a amazing and able Irene Isaka, Director in charge of Social Sector, East African Secretariat. Ladies and gentlemen.
Asante sana. Vijana Afrika Mashariki mpo? Mpo? Vijana Afrika mpo? Asanteni sana. Na heshima kubwa kusimama mbele yenu. Ninafurahi sana kuwa na vijana siku hii ya leo. Na kwa niaba ya Katibu Mkuu wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, ninaomba nisome hotuba yake. Yeye angependa kuwa hapa, lakini kutokana na majukumu mengine ameshindwa kuungana nasi. Lakini vile vile, muda si mrefu tutamkaribisha mwenyekiti wa baraza la Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, the chair of the council. Your Excellency Donald Ambassador, U.S. Ambassador to United Republic of Tanzania, Madam Julie Koch, International Director, ActionAid, Jean Yves, representing CEO APR, Madam McKenna, CEO MSTDC, distinguished representatives of the government present physically here and the one who are attending virtually, distinguished development partners here present and the others who are attending virtually, distinguished YouLead Summit delegates here present and the others who are attending virtually, distinguished invited guests, media houses, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good morning. Good morning. I bring to you warm greetings from the East African Community Secretariat headquarters here in Arusha, United Republic of Tanzania, where we will be convening subsequent days of the summit. I'm greatly delighted and pleased to be with you today in this auspicious occasion, the first day of the 6th edition of YouLead Summit here at MSTCDC. Some of you might be your first time in Arusha and United Republic of Tanzania. Arusha is a historical and diplomatic significance in the history of East Africa region and Africa in general. As EAC Secretariat, we are cognizant of the market-driven and people-centered approach of our integration pillar, and by extension, by the extension of African Union Agenda 2063, I hope you will make the most of your time here to network, identify opportunities for synergy in your socio-economic focus areas. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, YouLead is a joint initiative of East African Community, EAC, and MS Training Center for Development Cooperation, MSTCDC, with His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, the former president of the United Republic of Tanzania, the current patron. Since 2017, the two institutions have been convening this forum through their youth engagement initiatives, the EAC Youth Ambassadors Platform and YouLead Africa Youth Leadership Program, respectively. Together with both state and non-state strategic partners, in 2021, the East African Business Council, EABC, joined the partnership with a focus on promoting youth participation in trade. Since the signing of the MOU that outlines areas of cooperation between the two institutions, we have been able to jointly strengthen youth programming outcomes beyond annual convening. I want to acknowledge various EAC departments and YouLead Secretariat who continually work through this year cooperation, a reality for young people across East Africa and the continent as a whole. In particular, I would like to recognize efforts of Madam Makena Mobibia, the Executive Director, and my brother, Ivan Eyatumbe, our joint program coordinator, who have continually worked with me and my team to steer this partnership. Our work together seeks to implement the East African Community Youth Policy 2023 plan of action adopted by East African Community Council of Ministers as a tool to harmonize gender, youth, children policies, women, and youth empowerment through skills development, life skill programs, community empowerment to facilitate their participation in social development programs. As you are aware, now and in East Africa, we have a new member, the DR Congo, making the population to about 300 million people, out of which 77% are youth. So it's high time that we work together to make sure that we build the future. Distinguished participants, in the last 6 years, we have together grown YouLead from an annual convening to a full-fledged program, working to unlock youth leadership potential for a prosperous continent by identifying, recognizing, connecting, and fostering cooperation among Africa's vibrant and influential young leaders and their initiatives. 2 program pillars form foundation of our work with youth, youth in politics, and youth in business. We have been able to build one strongest youth empowerment participation platform on the continent, opening opportunities for youth in these program areas. In political pillar, we have guided by the MOU to embed youth in the EAC and African Union processes. For example, East Africa election observation missions now fully embedded youth in their teams, with the latest example being in August 2022 in Kenyan general elections, where YouLead patron, His Excellency Dr. Kikwete, led the EAC election observation mission, which comprised of EAC youth ambassadors. Further, the youth in politics programming collaborations, the MOU has ensured that youth are incorporated in EAC peace and security undertakings, with the latest example of being an advocacy training for youth on the promotion of culture of peace, dialogue, and tolerance, held last week in Entebbe, Republic of Uganda. Furthermore, through the Youth in Politics pillar, several initiatives have been birthed, some of which will be launched this week, with the support of partners in Africa and beyond. These include, first, Tanzania Youth Democracy Dialogue Project, supported by the US Embassy in Dar es Salaam. Secondly, we have East African Youth Manifesto, led by our youth ambassadors. And thirdly, we have TCDC DFC partnership, together for the impact, which seeks to expand the sustainable impact of work with youth over business program pillar. We have been able to initiate one of the kind project, AFCFTA Youth Inclusion Accelerator Project, to amplify continental mobilization, awareness, engagement, and participation of African youth people between the popularization and the implementation of Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. This project, through strategic support from EABC, has led to the exponential increase in interest on AFCFTA from African youth, and also galvanized a number of partners in supporting tangible outcomes for the youth entrepreneurs participating in cross-border trade. The partners include International Trade Center, ITC, Germany Agents for International Cooperation, GIZ, UNDP Africa Technical Support from AFCFTA Secretariat, and the National Business Apex Body. Distinguished participants, we acknowledge that a lot more still needs to be done. The reality is that despite our efforts and resources invested in these youth empowerment initiatives, Africa youth still face significant rates of unemployment, limited social, economic, and governance opportunities, and major psychosocial pressure exacerbated by the global shocks beyond their control. It is therefore befitting that this year's YouLead Summit theme, Digital Access and Future of Work, which seeks to take stock of the transformation role of digital access on the future of work in Africa's development agenda and repositioning Africa's digital agenda as preeminent public good, while examining efforts to recover from pandemic-related employment and income losses. Furthermore, this summit seeks to renew policy and business leaders' collective commitment to improving young people's digital access and bridging the digital opportunities gap, given its effects on the society in the political, economic, and social spheres of the life today and tomorrow. The youth have also been incorporated in the EAC 6th Development Strategy 2021 up to 2026 as an important drivers of EAC growth, both in the productive sectors and in the social sectors. And furthermore, young people are anchored in the broader vision of EAC 2050 and focuses on initiatives that will create gainful employment to the region's large and economically active population. Ladies and gentlemen, to state it more broadly, the EAC 6th development strategy is heavily dependent on youth to take advantage of large continental global markets, re-engineer production, and logistics arrangement in line with digitized frameworks. In the face of the disruptive, unpredictable global shocks, the question is, are you, the youth of East Africa and Africa, ready to rise to the challenges? Are you ready to requisite skills to develop the ideas that will scale up into profitable and impactful businesses? Are you ready with requisite leadership and in temperamental qualities to enable you to discern between the fleeting monetary short-term gains as opposed to more permanent long-term gains that require the discipline of gradual accrual? Are you ready with the right networks and mentors that will steadily but surely guide you on your journey? These are the questions that I believe you and I should introspect each day of this week and come up with tangible, personal, and collective commitment. Distinguished participants, before I conclude, please allow me to acknowledge different partners who have joined hands to make this year's summit possible. They include, but not limited to, the East African Business Council, with whom we partner to deliver the Youth in Business component. A hand for them, please. The International Trade Center, ITC. Danida Fellowship Center. The US Embassy in Dar es Salaam. And the ones that have not been mentioned, please clap for them. I also take note that there are several national and regional youth serving organizations that have supported this summit and also sponsored various delegates just to be here. A hand for them, please. And even more importantly, as a measure of 21st century youth commitment to self-organizing, I want to recognize and applaud the many of you who have made personal travel arrangements as your personal contribution to this continental convening, to be here this week and to co-learn from one another. This kind of spirit will inspire many of you to succeed as leaders in your spheres of influence. A hand for you guys who sponsored yourself. Thank you. I wish you fruitful discussions during the summit, and thank you most sincerely for your kind attention and for already making the summit a success. Asanteni sana. Before I sit, may I take this opportunity to welcome our chair of the council. Welcome, sir. Just by a wave.
Thank you, Dr. Irene. Good morning, everybody. I know I will have enough time to talk to you. So thank you so much for welcoming me, and I'm very happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause. Yes, and another one for the chair of the Council of Ministers of East African Community. And of course, he's representing the president of Burundi. Anyone from Burundi again? We want to. Yes, Burundi! Yes, so Papa, the young people are here. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Another round of applause for Miss Irene for presenting and giving us the speech of the EAC Secretary General and commissioning the young people of Africa for success. We love you, and personal regards and appreciation to him and the entire EAC team because they closely work with YouLead. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to again recognize and applaud our online audience. Let's celebrate them. For many reasons, but of course they have to find data, they have to find a secure location for connectivity and keep online. So we celebrate you, our online audience. We are now into our next speech, and I would want to confirm with the tech team if Her Excellency, the former Vice President of the Gambia, is online to address the young people of Africa as well as our lovely partners. Yes. Once I get a signal, we can be having some music in the background as that is being worked on. Franklin, is Franklin here?
Right
yes.
here.
Yes, Franklin, come and take 2 or 3 minutes. It's a youth space we don't want to miss out on the youthfulness, please. Yeah.
So we're going to have 4 groups. This is group number 1, and the group number 2, then group number, let's just have, yes, group number 3 here, and group number 4, the rows, okay? So we will start from that side. So group number 1, you will be the Y, okay? So when we say, we are spelling the word you lead. Are we together? Are we together? The word you lead. So when we say, give me a Y, you give us a?
They say you can't start your video because the host.
Okay. I think the minister. So as we wait for that, group number 1, let's stand up and give a Y. Let's give a Y. Stand up, and we give a Y. A Y. Give me a Y. Now you shout, give us a Y. Give us a Y. Awesome. Sit down. Now when your time comes, you'll give us a Y. And you guys will give us a what? An O. Yes, that's it. Okay. Let's stand up and give us an O. But you give us with your voice, okay? Are we together? 1, 2. By the way, it's all of you, okay? So this is group number 2 giving us an O. Okay, so together, give us an O. Awesome. Sit down. And group number 3 is giving us a? How do we do it? Yes, that's it. Okay, let's go together. Give us a U. But this guy is behind here. They're giving us another help. Okay, together, group number 3, give us a U. Awesome. And group number 4 is giving us an F. You're giving us an L, okay? The word is you lead, okay? You're giving us how do you give us an L? Okay, awesome. So give us an L. The energy when you stand up with, you shout L, okay? Give us an L. Awesome. Now we're going to do it a little quick, and then it will be an E, and then an E and a D. You'll figure it out. Okay, so we're starting. Now when your group, we want to know which group is more vibrant, okay? So, group number 1, give us a Y. You can do it much better than that, okay? We're going to do it again. Give us a Y. Give us an O. Give us a U. Give us an E. We'll work it out. I think the vice president is already ready. We'll work this out. We have to make it better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Franklin, for giving us the energy and keeping this a youth space. I think the tech team is ready. We are going to be listening from Her Excellency Fatoumata Tambajang, the former Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, Your Excellency, we can hear you.
Okay, but I can't start the video because the host has to open it. Anyway, I bring you, or maybe send you warm greetings from the Gambia, West Coast, African West Coast, called the Smiling Coast. I also want to thank all the dignitaries for making time to join us today. I'm honored and privileged to be amidst you, even though very far away. I, first of all, would like to extend my gratitude to MS TCDC for inviting me to be among this youthful population, the asset of Africa. Asset in terms of human, social, and development. It is my honor for the first time in the history of MS TCDC to be with you and to share with you my journey, not as an elderly, but my journey as a young person, because when you deal with young people, you are young. As my sister, the executive director, Madam Mauba, said in her statement. In starting, I would like to say that the title of the topic of the summit this year is very important, and it should be the guiding principle of your aspirations, your inspiration, and also your direction, sense of direction in life. You lead. And when you lead, what do you expect or what do you anticipate? You expect to have the knowledge, to have the skills, and to have the determination to succeed in life, so that instead of being dependents and liabilities to your continent, you will become productive and change agents. Africa, within the context of the African Agenda 2063, has recognized the importance of inclusion, which is good governance,
Your
democracy, good governance.
Your Excellency.
That would include,
My
yeah.
apologies. My apologies, but the tech team seems to have connected. We would like to request you to try to turn on your video now, if possible.
Okay.
The young
Thank
people would
you.
love to see you. Amazing. There you are.
Okay.
A round of applause for Her Excellency.
I would love, I
Please
love to
proceed.
see them too, because they are our hope not only for the today, but for the future. I was just saying that the African Agenda 2063 calls for inclusion. It calls for people-driven Africa for peace, security, and prosperity. And of course, we cannot leave out the human asset, human capital, which you, the youth, represent. In Africa today, 75% of our population is constituted by young people, and from the age of 35 onwards. However, when we look at the challenges that we are confronted with, they are formidable in terms of the number of children out of school, particularly girls, the number of dropouts who have left school and can't access opportunities, and also the number of children who are living in the remote areas who do not have the opportunities to technology. Yes, technology, we're speaking about accessing technology, but we have to remember the majority of our African populations who are in the remote areas, whose parents are looking to survive on a daily basis, not want to talk about funds to buy technology or to have their children access technology. If Africa wants to move forward, Africa has to look at the approach of bottom-top approach, which is looking at poverty, looking at social inclusion, looking at gender inequality, and looking at peace and security, the security in the region today. In the Sahel, we have a spillover of insecurity. We have the jihadist movement. In other countries, you have people who don't have access even to drinking water. Not much to talk about technology. My statement is going to be not a statement from a book, but a statement of the life, of my journey in life. Because I want to share my journey in life with you so that you know that life is not a bed of roses. That when you are inspired and determined, you will succeed. African Agenda 2063 is talking about Renaissance. So many years our leaders have talked about Renaissance, and yet the impact of Renaissance is yet to be achieved because the people who matter, particularly you, the youth, the future of Africa, are marginalized or excluded in governance. We need to bring you on board. The political discourse must bring your voices and your aspirations, your perspectives into the political discourse, in the economic and social discourse, so that you can have opportunities to be empowered, to consider, to know your worth as human beings, and to know how the role and responsibilities that you have to advance Africa. The advancement of Africa will never depend on outsiders. It will depend on us Africans. And first, more importantly, we need to have that intergenerational dialogue that I'm having with you today, where we can impact our knowledge and skills and experiences, our journeys in life, so that you know that there is always, never to despair, there is always hope. YouLead 2022 really creates a milestone, a building block towards the future of our young people. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am coming from a background where girls, for instance, were not allowed to, or maybe had limited access to education. But because I was determined, at the age of 16, I was given away to marriage, and I got 4 children, first with my first husband, then came the second husband, I had 4 children, 4 boys and 4 girls. So I represent gender equality. After marriage, full-time housewife, I liberated myself, went back to school, made sure that I really had the knowledge and the skill sets that I need to not only become a role model, but to champion the cause of social justice, democracy, and development. Ladies and gentlemen, we need leadership among young people. And leadership will not find you. It's something that you don't sleep and gain like that. You need to acquire it by really being determined to work hard and to move from being dependent in your communities, working hard to be community leaders, service to community leaders, and finding opportunities, not only for yourself, but the people who you lead. I know I am disappointed as a woman, and I've been in government and civil society for many, many years, and the United Nations system. I am disappointed that we are yet to really make a sustainable achievement where we can impact the lives and livelihoods of our African populations. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had so many programs that have been explained by different distinguished speakers. But if you evaluate all these programs, really, from the administrative point of view, compared to the impact, is minimal. What we need to do is really transformative leadership from the political leadership, where we will move from rhetoric to action. The African agenda is there. There are opportunities for young people. Other programs are there. The African Development Bank is there. If you Google, you find so much information as to opportunities you can access. We have the bilateral organizations. We have the World Bank, Bretton Woods institutions that provide so many programs, develop so many programs. But the question is, what is the impact of these programs on the lives of the young people? If we really mean business, if we want to really turn Africa into a country of peace, security, and democracy, we must make sure that the programs we have yield into democratic dividends. What is democracy? Democracy is social justice, where people should have equal access to opportunities. Boys and girls must have equal access to education, healthcare, and also opportunities for training and retraining, and particularly accessing the digital opportunities. We have seen that there is digital divide between the poor and the rich. You cannot talk about digital access when just as I stated in my statement, when people are poor and people don't have the means to survive. So we need to use, from a developmental perspective, we need to use a developmental approach, which is a holistic approach that will look into not the symptomatic issues of development, but the radical causes of why Africa is still behind. Africa is still behind because of the mentality in terms of saying, I have to find someone to empower me before I empower myself. You have to be determined to empower yourself, work hard, and move away from poverty. We also need to move away from insecurity. Insecurity is spilling over to all other parts of Africa. Gambia is peaceful, relatively peaceful. But today, with the problems in the Sahel, where you have jitters, people are using religion as a means of survival, as a means of killing other people. They spill over. Gradually, you will find refugees, internally displaced people coming to Gambia, and universally, the Universal Convention on Human Rights does require that every state accommodates refugees, internally displaced players, and support them as human beings. Young people, I am with you in spirit, in prayers, and also in engagement. We need to, we the elders of Africa, need to engage the young people. We need to mentor them, mentoring them. We need to engage them through dialogue. We need to have the patience to discuss their concerns. They have concerns and they are talented. They have the ingenuity. They have everything that is required. What is left and we should work on is to provide them with the opportunities to have the right type of education, including technology. We need to have them the right set of mindset, because the mindset in Africa also is a challenge to development, to our development. We are always asking and asking and asking. Even where we have, our countries are rich. You look at the DRC, you look at Nigeria, look at so many countries, even in my own small country, Gambia, where you have 1.8 million people. We have what you need to develop. We have the human capital. If you look at around the world today, many Gambians are in key positions, international positions. We have suffered from 22 years of dictatorship, but we still have survived and we are moving. Why are we moving? Because we depend on ourselves, because we want to be self-reliant, and because we want whoever is coming to help us should find something so that when they leave, we can sustain ourselves. Poverty is one of the elements that is bringing us behind, but there are so many ways that we can really walk around poverty. If the resources we have, human resources, material, financial, that we have in our different countries, Zambia, for instance, Congo, all these countries, if they use their resources, if they have good governance, if our politicians, our political leaders are accountable, and if we hold them accountable to make sure that the resources they have are spent, are invested in opportunities that would allow young people to appreciate themselves, to know their worth, to know their role and responsibilities, and work for Africa, I am a believer that Africa would move. On this note, I want to encourage you that nothing is lost. Never despair as young people. If I had despaired at the age of 16 when I was married and had 4 children, I would have been a liability to myself, liability to my family, to my community, and to my country. And as John Kennedy, may his soul rest in perfect peace, has said, do not ask for what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. I know that is a challenge because you don't have all the opportunities that you require to really contribute to your country, but do not despair. Work hard. MSTCDC is doing a marvelous job. My first time of really visiting and interacting with the authorities under the able leadership of my sister, Madam Mawebea, I know they are ready for Africa to move. Why? Because they are providing everyone, especially young people, with the knowledge, the skills, and the aspirations and inspirations that they require to become agents of change in their world. Ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries on the podium, youth, my children, I call all of you my children. I have so many children because, and you can call me Mama Africa, because I'm there for the rest of my life. I have no need today in my life. My need and aspiration is to leave a legacy of young people who can, in the next 5-10 years, say we are leaders. We are transformative leaders. We are accountable leaders. We are looking at our country first, which is missing in our political discourse. Our leaders are not looking at the countries first. It's always my interest through corruption, through bribery, and through underdevelopment. But if we challenge our leaders, if we challenge them to use the resources wisely, to use it to invest on human capital, like Singapore had done. Singapore had how many years ago, just about 2 decades, they had only water. But look at Singapore today. Look at Dubai. Look at all these Arab countries. Yes, they have the oils, they have the minerals, but Africa also has. We have to be we have to be alert that our leaders use the resources where need be. We need to look at, do we definitely need every time to go out and ask for resources? We don't. As Paul Kagame, His Excellency Paul Kagame had said in some of his statements, do not go out and look for what you have under your feet. We have the resources. What we need is now the Africa Agenda 2063, the Social Development Goals 2030, are all calling for empowerment of people, particularly young people and women and girls, the girl child. Today, you look at the context in which we live. Girls continue, for instance, in my tribe, girls continue to be given away at the age of 15, at the age of 12, because of so-called poverty. You see gender-based violence. You get married, you get stuck in a marriage, in a marital union, where you are not happy, but you can't do anything for yourself. You see children running around the streets, playing while they should be in school or while they should be working, and making sure that Africa moves. Let nobody fool you. Africa will never move, if young people like you do not lead. Take the opportunity, aspire and inspire yourselves to become good leaders. At least be different from us who have really disappointed you, including myself. I said including myself because I was in government, I was in the UN system, I was in civil society, but one voice cannot change. Don't think one voice cannot change. You can change. You can contribute to change, the change you want, the change that would give you peace and prosperity, that would give you the leadership that you require when we, the elderly, retire. You can bring the change. I was in government for 22 years. When I realized things were not moving, I left my job and came to join the struggle. After 22 years of dictator, it was a woman and young people who brought democratic, peaceful democratic change in our country. So you have a role to play. Do not despair. Do not despair, my children. I am here. My contact is available. You can call me. You can email me. I will not be able to answer to all your emails, but at some point, I am on LinkedIn. I have a handle in on social media. I'm not a good social. I'm not a IT survey, but I can try as much as possible to share my experience, my expertise, my journey of life, which is maybe needs to be written, that I need to better to share it through a book. But even if I write the book, how many people can afford to buy the book? So as much as possible, I will continue to work with MSTCDC to support them in their cause, to champion the human capital that they are trying to develop. The partners, the Americans, all the bilateral agencies, our partners, development partners, and MSDC, TCDC partners, I thank you so much for really setting the agenda. I think my recommendation is for us, for Africa, to reset the agenda. They are resetting their agenda by so many focusing on the air, going to the air, going to other, exploring science and technology. But I think the fact that they are here today to reset the agenda, to provide opportunities for you people to lead with a difference. Do not lead like us, lead with a difference by being honest, by having sense of integrity, having the sense of direction, and loving your countries. Do forget about yourselves. You must always look at your country first. What can you do for your country? From being a youth today, learning within the summit of 2022 summit, to moving forward tomorrow to be a minister, to be a head of state, to be a community leader, to be anything that you want to be. And I am assuring you, I'm praying for you that you can be whatever you want to be in life. Thank you so much, my sister, Madam Mobia, your team, who I have been privileged to meet and interact with during the AMA conference. I also hope to see all those who are now sitting on the podium. I hope to someday, the world is a global community, that someday I will interact with you. But I salute you on behalf of all African mothers for bringing our children and helping them, empowering them. Do not show them, do not give them the fish, help them to know how to fish so that they can be independent and eventually hold our governments, hold our political leaders, our community leaders, even to the parents, holding them accountable for ensuring that there is equity, there is social justice, there is democracy, which means leaving no one behind. When I'm talking about youth, our children, I tend to be carried away. But this is just the beginning of the journey of you leading and we being behind, mentoring you, coaching you, guiding you. On my final note, young people, you must not hasten. You must not rush. It has taken us so many years to learn and unlearn, to use best practices. But the challenge with young people today is because I want to be this, I will be it tomorrow, forgetting about the elders. Yes, the youth are important, but the elderly are also equally more important because what we have learned is not from the book, it's by experience, by journey, by interaction. So you must also listen to us and take the knowledge that we are imparting on you as important knowledge that you cannot get from books or universities. So there must be this intergenerational dialogue. There must be this engagement, continuous engagement between the young and the old. God bless you all, and I wish you a successful 2022 summit. Thank you so much.
Yes, another round of applause for Mama there. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. As you spoke to us, we had the voice of a mother, we had a president, we had a teacher, we had a trainer, we had a counselor. All the voices came through you, and we are proud to have you as Mama Africa. Another round of applause for Her Excellency. Thank you very much. You have spoken amazing things, and we have recorded them, but I will highlight a few. Mindset change. When the mind changes, everything changes. Mama talks about social inclusion, about gender equality, about peace and security, education, technology. And in this, she has summarized Agenda 2063 of the African Union. She has summarized the Sustainable Development Goals and any other charter that you can bring on the face of the earth. Mama has summarized it, and we thank you. She has reminded us that life is not a bed of roses, but with inspiration we can succeed. And she highlights the intergenerational dialogue. I came across a statement that said, young people want to run, but the old people know the way. So we need to work together. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. As Her Excellency was speaking to us generously like she did, we were joined by Her Excellency Mette Nogard, the ambassador of Denmark to Tanzania. And she's here. Let's receive her. Karibu sana, and we are happy to hear your voice and speak to us, please.
Good morning, everybody. So I wasn't supposed to be here, I think. So sorry for being late. You look amazing, all of you. So give yourself a big hand before you. So I think most of all, what could one possibly add after Mama Africa having spoken to you like she just did? I think what I can say is thank you to all of you for showing up, for taking responsibility, for owning whatever change needs to come. I don't think we olden people, up here, can add much to the equation. We can certainly help, but it's on you to help us deliver whatever you need to make the future that we all should be sure that you get. So thank you for showing up. We wish you the most wonderful week we can imagine. May this be the best YouLead Summit ever. I wanted to add, now that you gave me the microphone, that this ground you are sitting on right now has a very special place in the heart of Denmark, in the heart of every Dane who's ever been to Tanzania. We have, I think we started it up even before I was born. We have had so many compatriots, so many countrymen and women coming down here trying to learn from Africa, but also trying to maybe teach Africa a bit about what has worked well in our country. So this ground has really been a good fertilizer for change, both in my country and certainly here. We've been here for so long, and while the partnership my country has with Tanzania is currently transitioning into something else, this is a fixture that will remain, and it will stand here forever, and I'm so proud to be part of it. But congratulations, most of all, to all of you for showing up. Let's make it happen this year also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. She highlights the importance and the support that ActionAid Denmark and the Danish people give to Africa. ActionAid International is a federation of more than 45 countries, but within there is ActionAid Denmark. Why am I highlighting it? ActionAid Denmark supports, I think, over 20 global platforms, including Global Platform Uganda, where I work. So we appreciate you, and they support the MST CDC Center for many, many years, and they have committed that they will continue supporting the center. So we appreciate, and thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are trending, but we want to trend more on Twitter, Facebook, and even WhatsApp, your social status. YouLead 2022 is the hashtag. YouLead 2022 is the hashtag that we are using. And please post statements from our dignitaries here, the amazing quotes that are coming through, but also take a picture of yourself, either in front of a banner or one of the good spots on this campus, and post it and tell the world that you are in Arusha, Tanzania for YouLead 2022. I want to remind us of our theme. Our theme is digital access and the future of work. We shall have, of course, keynote addresses and discussants that will help us to expose that theme further. But for now, let's have the theme as it is.
My co-MC,
Yes,
1 minute.
please, Mercy.
Thank you. We need to correct the hashtag for today is YouLead 22. Don't put 20, just YouLead and 22. Please continue trending and using that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mercy, for that. It's 22 after the word YouLead. Just put 22. Let's keep the 20 for another day. Ladies and gentlemen, the YouLead, the 6th edition, is now going to officially be opened by none other than the chair of the Council of Ministers of the East African Community and representing the President of Burundi. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ezekiel Nivingira.
Your Excellency, former Vice President of the Republic of Gambia, Honorable Ambassador of the United States of America here in Tanzania, Honorable Secretary General of the East African Community, represented by Dr. Irene Isaka, Honorable youth MPs from United Republic of Tanzania and the Republic of Namibia, Honorable former MPs, dear Executive Director, MS Training Center for Development Cooperation, dear representative of Regional Commissioner, Arusha Region, distinguished invited guests, all protocol observed, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning. At this date of 12th December 2022, I am profoundly delighted to be among you, August Assembly, attending this YouLead Summit 2022 edition, whose main theme is digital access and the future of work. Before I go any further, I would like to praise the Lord for blessing everybody's trip to Arusha and gave all of us the opportunity to wake up this morning. May his glory name be honored here and elsewhere in the world. Allow me also and foremost to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this YouLead Summit 2022 edition and wish you have a wonderful stay here in Arusha. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, as you may recall, YouLead is the East Africa's flagship youth leadership development program seeking to unlock youth leadership potential for a prosperous region by identifying, recognizing, connecting, and fostering cooperation among Africa's vibrant and influential young leaders and their initiatives. This activity is a joint initiative of MS Training Center for Development Cooperation and the East African Community, whose patron is the former President of the United Republic of Tanzania, His Excellency Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete. The Transformative Youth Summit of this year is an opportunity for the under 40 young leaders to share experiences and the lessons learned for better inclusion in socioeconomic development and in changing Africa through your participation in political and business affairs. Indeed, the youth of the East African community should know that the development is not a game of chance. Only the decent work of the people and access to economic opportunities would lead to this end and to the vision of the YouLead program, One Young Africa, where dreams are born and the youth becomes leaders. If this human capital is well channeled towards productive and innovative sectors of the economy, the youth population will offer tremendous opportunities in the regional integration agenda and in socio-economic development of EAC partner states. The East African community should promote the development, management, and application of science and technology in partner states and coordinate the initiatives between academia, industry, and other business development organizations to drive impactful interventions for innovative youth business. The youth make up a significant portion in East African community, and a wider implementation of Free for Youth initiatives across the region should be prioritized in increasing awareness on importance of supporting youth entrepreneurship and knowledge and technological appropriation by learning, doing, using, and interacting. Our education is more theoretical than practical, and therefore, education system in the region should be completely reformed to bring changes from primary schools to digital, from primary schools to university levels, as technology is involved in all skills with digital classrooms and modern methods of learning and restructuring courses and certification programs to match global demands and align with the sustainable development goals of the community, and one can start from where he or she is. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this YouLead Summit 2022 edition comes at a time where the future of work around the world has never been uncertain, and at the same time, the population growth in Africa is getting higher day by day, and digital ecosystem and entrepreneurship development for youth are not well guided and structured. Africa's digitalization agenda is determined to improve young people's digital access and bridge the digital opportunity on society in the political, economic, and social spheres of life today and tomorrow. From what I know, several economic opportunities have been created for youth people in all EAC partner states. All these efforts are combined by relevant governments to support the job creation for young people. The contribution to youth development strategy and initiatives across the region, and the independence to draft their own guiding policies would define its role and the responsibilities. The East African community and the EAC partner states should invest more in telecommunication and infrastructures for digital transformation and promote the internet connectivity and ensure e-learning facilities in both urban and rural areas of the countries with online resources to upskill the youth. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the organization of the YouLead Summit will offer again a network of sharing experiences with other digital enthusiasts and youth leaders of the region to make effectiveness the engagement of young people in steering the course of future development in EAC, with the objective to change the identified challenges into opportunities for the socio-economic sustainable development of our region. It is with this background that the EAC partner states started to take all the necessary steps to implement all decisions and the directives of the Council of Ministers responsible for East African Community Affairs and of the EAC Heads of State Summit as well. To this end, I take this opportunity to congratulate and thank those who have, from near and far, participated in the preparations of this YouLead Summit 2022 edition. My thanks go both physical and virtual participants. My thanks go to both physical and the virtual participants who are meaningfully attending this important activity, where we have a full conference hall and 1,000 registered are joining us virtually. This is a testimony that you, young leaders, are ready to take the lead and change your own development. In a special way, we would like to thank the government of the United Republic of Tanzania for hosting this big event, for a very warm welcome extended to all present delegates on that East African land of United Republic of Tanzania. Our thanks also go to the East African Community and MS Training Center for Development Cooperation, which have organized this activity, and the development partners which continue to support the development initiatives of our region in general and of this YouLead Summit, both technically and financially, to make it successful. With these remarks, it is therefore my honor as the Chair Council and the representative of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Burundi and the Chair of the Summit. It's my honor to wish all participants fruitful deliberations and the resolutions, and that I declare open the 6th YouLead Summit Africa 2022 edition open. Long live the East African community, long live African youth, long live East African youth. May God bless you all. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to invite our keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker will be Jean Ado, representing Professor Eddie Maloka, Chief Executive Officer at the African Union Peer Review Mechanism, Continental Secretariat. Put your hands together.
Unfortunately, the microphone is not working. Hello? Power is gone off. Good morning, fellow youth. You have a greeting of Professor Eddie Maloka, CEO of APRM Continental Secretariat, who could have been with you this morning, but because of unforeseen circumstances, could not travel, but he asked me to represent him at this August gathering. Excellency Ezekiel Libigira, Chair of the Committee of Ministers of EAC, Excellency Ambassador of US, Costa, Minister of Foreign Affairs and East Africa Cooperation, United Republic of Tanzania, Excellency Mbete Nagrega Dising, Danish Ambassador in Tanzania, official of East Africa Community, His Excellency Minister of Youth of Uganda, Excellency Madam Fatmata Jallo, former Vice President of the Gambia, Youth Councils, Youth Delegates here, and those joining us online, all protocol observed, good morning. It is a great honor for me to deliver this keynote address on behalf of APRM CEO, Professor Eddie Maloka. As I said, who could not join us today due to unforeseen circumstances. Last month in Durban, South Africa, the APRM and IMS Training Center for Development Cooperation signed a memorandum of understanding to cooperate in youth development. Our partnership is geared toward youth development in upscaling initiative already being undertaken by MSTCDC and APRM, but also the development of new projects. We at the APRM are excited to travel this journey with MSTCDC and by extension, all its development partners. Ladies and gentlemen, first, allow me to introduce the APRM to you. The African Peer Review Mechanism is a mutually agreed instrument voluntarily acceded to by the member states of the African Union as a self-monitoring mechanism for the promotion of democracy and good governance. As a Pan-African institution, we take youth development seriously. Delegates of the 6th YouLead Summit being held under the theme Digital Access and Future of Work. Join me in recognizing and congratulating the official partners in the organizing of this very important continental youth gathering. I recognize the contribution of the following institutions. My gratitude goes out to the government of Tanzania for being the host country for YouLead and providing an enabling environment. We can all attest the great hospitality of the beautiful country. I want to thank the East African community, the regional economic bloc leading in youth development. The EAC's support to this summit is testimony to its commitment to youth development. Indeed, the East Africa community has a lot to offer to the rest of Africa and the world at large. Without the financial support of the IMS, TCDC, and the Danish Fellowship Center, this gathering would have not been possible. Allow me to thank them for their financial contribution. In addition, my gratitude goes out to the US Embassy in Tanzania, International Trade Center, East Africa Business Council, and all the YouLead organizations who have provided support to the success of this summit. I call upon the private sector and development partners working closely with African government to escalate their support in the training of youth policymakers and leaders. Africa's socio-economic future depends on the development of well-equipped civil servants and citizens. Fellow youth, this summit was preceded by the 3rd cohort of the YouLead Continental Boot Camp for youth leaders and policymakers on youth inclusion in social economic development and policy formulation in Africa. I am confidently informed that this cohort was very vibrant, and they graduated with flying colors. Allow me to congratulate these young people for undertaking this very intensive training. You are now ambassadors for youth development. Ladies and gentlemen, the outcome report of this summit will produce a set of recommendations and guidelines to advise government, civil society, private sector, and development partners on the repositioning of the youth agenda toward Agenda 2063's aspiration, especially on the youth participation in the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, amongst others. Esteemed youth delegates, the African Peer Review Mechanism, as an institution of the African Union, is committed to take the report and champion it with the African Union and member states of the APRM. Therefore, your voice here will not fall into deaf ears. This summit is earmarked to achieve, amongst others, the following: bring awareness of the IFCFTA, develop a set of recommendations to inform the development and implementation of protocol on women and youth in trade, provide an opportunity for participants to network and interact with policymakers and fellow youth leaders, create an enabling environment for policymakers and development partners to learn and discuss with youth leaders the key youth-related issues, and equipped policymakers, development partners, and youth with tools and techniques for co-generational creation of solutions to the challenges facing youth. I hope at the end of this summit, youth participants will be able to take the aspirations enshrined in the African Youth Charter and other African shared values for development back home. Fellow youth people, I urge you to be African Union ambassadors and demand accountability from your leaders at local level. The African continent is in your hands, and only you will decide its future. Agenda 2063 and SDGs are only achievable with the active participation of youth in co-creating solutions to our development challenges. Africa needs more youth in government, though the third arm of government in all African countries should start reflecting the demographic reality of the continent. We commend countries that are already performing well as far as the election of youth in public office is concerned. We need to witness more youth people as captain of industry and bringing the FCFTA into life. All this aspiration will only be possible if you actively participate. Therefore, take the tools you will be equipped with here and move Africa forward. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, as the APRM, we host a number of initiatives for youth, such as the annual APRM Youth Symposium and training workshop, and I will be working with our youth liaison officer, Mr. Lennon Muyaye. I don't know if he's here. Yeah, he's the end. To make sure that these programs are open to YouLead youth. Youth delegates, I thank you for taking this time to participate in this very important YouLead Summit. I am confident that you will, in the Pan-African spirit, network and strengthen bonds for a better Africa we want. Africa, we move it. Africa, thank you very much. Asante sana. Merci beaucoup.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, our dignitaries. We are honored to have you and to listen to your wisdom and words of encouragement. And we will definitely be moving Africa forward together. So we would like to close this session. What will happen is that we'll have a photo session. You remain where you are. And Franklin will be giving us further instructions. After that, we'll have tea, and tea, we'll have our dignitaries take tea first, then we'll all join tea. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you.
Emmanuel and Gervas. Emmanuel, if you can hear me, and Gervas, kindly. Emmanuel and Gervas, waiting for you. We are rolling. Yes, and Political Affairs Director, you'll also join us, please. So we are going to have a very simple photo, memorable photo session because of the number. So we'll do it very simply. The camera people will go on stage, and we will all stand and try to come near. Our guests will be seated here, and then we will have as much energy as we can from the stage. The photo will be taken in this landscape format. So once they sit, we'll invite you. The ones who are closest can come closer. Feel free to stand near them, and we will fill this space. And yes, please, kindly. Karibu. Karibu. And as they come, also the rest of us, we can start the front rows. We can start lining up here. Feel free to come closer. Yes, thank you. In an orderly way, just if you have a very expensive iPhone, take care of it, or an A12 Samsung, or an Infinix, just take care of it as you're coming up front. The rest of us also, we will all be there. You can just move closer. The rest of the team, just come closer. All of us will be in the photo. So yes, feel free to come closer. Big delegates, yes, feel free to come closer. Yes, yes, just come closer, yeah. We welcome you, come. Just come, yes, just come. Because the photo people are at the front. Karibuni, karibuni, karibuni. Thank you, karibuni. Karibuni. Feel free to come, please. This is your chance to at least stretch a little bit before tea. Okay? Please, my brother. Almost there. Hold on. We are not yet there. The train is still coming. The thing, we could see how to. Oh, the short people, like us. Now there's a wonderful suggestion here. I think we can do that. Okay. Okay, so let's have this as the first group, right? Yeah, that's an idea I'm being given. So camera people on the go, when you're ready, let's have group one, and then they'll take their seats, and then the other section comes up front. But it needs to be more vibrant than this. Okay. Now the idea we had is not that we are here for a choir rehearsal, seated like we are, okay? So we can say, like, Africa, we move it. Some energy there. With the flags at the back. Oh, yes. Amazing. Yes. Unfurl the flags. Yes, feel free to do that. Yes. Amazing. Okay. Thank you. Now, the dignitaries remain seated. Now you can have your seats. And then the rest of the team, kindly, please, if you have had a photo, allow the other team members to come. Remember, tea will start with the dignitaries here, so just take your seats, and then the rest of you can come who are not here. so that we give everyone an opportunity. Thank you so much. Make way for the ones who are coming. Make way for the ones who are coming, including the gentleman with the wonderful hat from Burkina Faso. Wonderful. Yes, yes. Okay, if you haven't had an opportunity with your flag, feel free to come. Feel free to come. Uh-huh. Okay, that's a wonderful idea. Okay, I think we are ready for group 2. Group 3 will be special. I'll tell you why. So, yes, your flags. The music playing, continuing, please. Mm-hmm. Okay, you ready? Gervas, we're waiting for you. Whenever you're ready. Africa, we do what? We move it with your teeth. Hey, how can you smile without showing your teeth? Some of you. Ha. Okay. Wonderful. Okay, now, kindly have your seats. Thank you. Now, the final group will be a little lucky. They will go with the ding. Where's Ahmed? Ahmed, volunteer Ahmed, where are you? Ahmed, where are you? Oh, there you are. So Ahmed will lead us. Dear guests, Ahmed will be leading us to where we will have tea, and the rest of us will have tea at the tea banda. So feel free to go for tea, dear delegates. The rest of us, we have exactly 15 minutes for tea, so feel free to go at the tea banda and have tea. In 15 minutes, we'll be back here for the plenary session. Please make sure you come on time. Now, this group, we're giving you a special treat. You're going to go with Ahmed to the banner there, okay? So follow Ahmed. Come, follow the dignitaries. Let's go. Let's go. We are going to the banner. Yes, follow Ahmed. Ahmed is going with us.
Together we'll shape young men and women with the pillars, with the future. Here we are. Let's join together with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry. Never leave me alone. As I say loud in a brighter future, let's join hands for youth and women. Let's join hands for youth and women.
Okay, group 3, you're lucky to be with the dignitaries, so we'll have the dignitaries first. Go behind them. So come up front. Behind them. Yeah. So, ambassador, kindly, gently. The guests, chair, council of ministers. Hold on. Dr. Irene, kindly. Chair, we are waiting for you. Please. Hold on now, kindly. If you know you're not an EAC Secretary General, kindly leave the first row, okay? Our turn will come, okay? Please, let's go behind, eh? Let's make sure the first row is the minister. Ambassador Donald G, right? Please. There you are, Dr. Irene. Madam McKenna, please. Okay, now the rest of us, we can go behind, eh? Let's go behind, please, so that the camera people can have there. Kindly. Push behind. Okay, group number 3. Oh, they move, eh? This might be okay, just stay here. Okay. Same energy, please. When we say Africa, we do what? We move it. Again, Africa, we? Your teeth should be there, okay? Gervas, you've had it? You okay? Another one. Hold on. You ready, Gervas? Africa, we? Move it. Amazing, okay? Let's go for tea. Ahmed? Please, yes. Ahmed, kindly. So kindly follow Ahmed.
tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, country to country, yeah. We gotta work together. We are leaders now, aiming higher for the better. Together to make our nations greater. We're sharing to the power. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality.
Yeah, listen, together we shape young men and women with the pillars, with the future. Here we are, let's join together with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, here a light and a brighter future. Let's join hands for youth and women. Let's join hands for youth and women.
I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, let your dream be a reality. We will lead, let your dream be a reality.
Vijana wa Afrika wote waungana, vijana he, vijana ha, kutoka mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini, hata na kati, twaja pamoja ili tufanye nini?
Hello, Kunjani. Sorry, Chipaka.
Honorable Ambassador, U.S. Ambassador, Mr. Donald, Honorable Ambassador, Danish Ambassador, and Ms. McKenna from MSTCDC, and ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Praise the Lord. Na wasalimu kwa salamu ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, the land of Tanganyika, the land of Kilimanjaro, Serengeti and Zanzibar. Tunairudia hiyo. Na wasalimu kwa salamu ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, the land of Serengeti, Kilimanjaro and Zanzibar. Asante sana. My name is Nusrat Hanje, as I've been introduced here. I'm a member of parliament from Parliament of Tanzania, one of the very few member of parliament under 40. I'm actually under 35, but we have a forum there, the Youth Parliamentarian Forum, which is under 40 because there are very few. It's actually 7% of the full parliament house with the member of parliament under 35. So we had to include the under 40. So that now we are 20% of under 40 young member of parliament. So I'm humbled and I feel honored to be here. And I thank the organizers, all of organizers of this summit for inviting us so that they can hear the voice from the Parliament of Tanzania. And I feel like I've been left behind for some time because the summit started way back and we have never been given an opportunity. I don't remember for all other, maybe like from the last year and the 2020, I don't think we have been represented here, at least being invited. So I'm humbled and I feel honored. And I appreciate, and this is not, I'm not taking this for granted. Yes, I'm not taking this for granted. This is a very big opportunity because representing youth and not connecting with them, it's a problem. Because imagine the very few number of representation in the parliament, then you don't connect with I don't talk your language. Do you understand? If I don't talk your language, and I will talk your language if I attend sessions like this. So we will discuss, because it's not like know everything. No, because we are all human beings, and I'm representing a certain place in actually a certain political party and a certain place in my country. So I cannot know everything across the country and across the East African community or across Africa. So we have to meet every now and then. And for some of you who knows me, I've been connecting and engaging in youth activities several times. I am sure there are some youth organization in Tanzania, they have seen me more than once. Some of them invited me so that we can discuss even youth and budget issues concerning youth, so that we can discuss and come up with something tangible for young people in my country. So I feel honored again, and I appreciate this because it makes me relevant to the group that I'm representing. I'm borrowing a quote from Mandela. Mandela once, late Nelson Mandela once said, "Sometimes it falls upon generation to be great, and you can be that generation." And today, after we launched this project concerning the democracy debate in my country, we are that generation, and we want to show that we are that generation. And we feel honored because this project has to be in Tanzania. So we'll be we'll be connecting, we'll be talking about our issues. And I urge you that we cannot discuss only about democracy, because we have other issues, the economic issues. We have so many issues like we can discuss apart from democracy only. So these are the platforms. And mind you, in my country, we don't have the National Youth League. We don't have that. And I've been fighting for that. If you remember last year, 2021, when Her Excellency, Madam Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan was talking to young people in Mwanza, I was there and I mentioned that we need to have a national youth league so that we can discuss our issues regardless of our political differences and political ideologies. Because I'm representing the opposition bloc in my country. But the issues about youth doesn't need that you have to be in this political party or you have to be in that political party. If we don't have employment, then all of us don't have employment. If we are not taken into consideration when it comes to running for seats in the parliament, then all of us have been taken like that. Because when it comes to finance, it's not like the people from other party are rich, the young people from other party are rich than the other people from the other party. So you can understand that the issues concerning youth in our country are more than our political other political parties when it comes to certain issues concerning youth in our country. And I want to submit also to other young people across other countries, including all the countries. I know you guys have been represented and you have been mentioned here, different countries. The only people who can talk about our issues is ourselves. That also goes to women, because we are not talking about women today. That's why I'm talking about youth. But when it comes to women, we're also women, despite of political differences. So politics are next after our certain group which represent and introduce us. So for me, the dialogues for democracy in my country, I'm saying here that I'll have to be there and I'll be there, and I'm promising that I have to cancel my timetable so that I can participate in these discussions, because we need to come up with same voice, with one voice. And I didn't finish what I said about the National Youth Council. And again, I would like to thank Madam Samia Suluhu Hassan, because she showed political will and directed the ministry concerning youth issues, that they have to see a way to come up with National Youth Council, so that all of us, I had to finish that because I didn't finish it. So the political for the country, in order to make sure that all young people in our country are coming together, we have seen the political will. And I would like to thank and congratulate Madam Samia Suluhu Hassan for showing political will. We also have seen even the political parties now are conducting their political party activities, including debates and internal party meetings. As you can see, in Tanzania, they have already been doing that. So that is a political will. And even this project we are launching here, I'm pretty sure that it will succeed. Ladies and gentlemen, as a member of parliament, a young member of parliament, I have so many things to do. I was supposed to be with Wajumbe, with people who are voting for me, so that I can rerun and win and rerun and win and rerun and win. But I took the opportunity and come to talk to you because this matters most, because right now I'm representing this group, and I'll participate fully in that those discussions and dialogues across the country, and we'll be talking about so many issues. And also, I would like to remind the organizers of those dialogues that it's high time now. We should have special seats for the youth, so that, because right now it's like party discretions, that the party system has to approve and appoint some people. We need to have seats that youth from different political parties are going to run for those seats, so that they can represent youth. Every young people in a country have to vote for their representation, not like right now. Because right now it's like my party has been appointed me to be a member of parliament, and I have to carry all the agendas of young people. But if you pick people from your fingertips, you can have a full mandate and authority on how to make them responsible for you and your agendas. So you need also to champion for youth seats in the parliament. You need to change the constitution so that you can accommodate that. And also that goes to women, because now it's like political parties' discretion. They have to decide who is going to run, or who is going to win, and stuff like that. Thank you very much. Kwa sababu ya muda, Kwa sababu ya muda nitamalizia na maneno ya Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, baba yetu, au quotes from Nyerere. Nyerere once said, maendeleo ni ili nchi iendelee inahitaji ardhi, watu, siasa safi na uongozi bora, sio? Lakini mimi nasema leo, ili hiyo equation ikamilike, in order to complete that equation of people, land, good leadership and good politics, you also have to include informed, substantial, result-oriented and problem-solving young people in order to complete that equation. Asante sana, Mungu awabariki sana. Karibuni sana tena Tanzania. You lead, I lead, we lead. Asante sana.
Mheshimiwa, thank you. You know, politicians will never have few words. So you've tried. So allow us to also invite, we've been joined in the podium by Arif Fazel, the Global Platform Coordinator. He will be presenting on the Youth Democracy Project and also sharing a video and inviting the partners to join for the official launch.
Thank you so much. Vijana oye. Vijana safi. Comrades power. Youth power. Thank you so much. Your Excellency, Ambassador Donald, Ambassador from Denmark, Madam McKenna, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, na wasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. I stand by Arif Nurali Fazal, Pan-African, from home of Mount Kilimanjaro, Serengeti and Zanzibar, working with Action Aid Tanzania, coordinating youth programs. My role here is briefly to explain on the Tanzania Youth Democracy Dialogues that goes by the title, One Young Tanzania, Tanzania We Want. This project is supported by the US Embassy in Tanzania and implemented by a consortium of 11 youth-led organizations, led by MSTCDC through its youth program, YouLead. Other organizations implementing this project are Action Aid Tanzania, Tanzania Youth Vision Association, African Youth Transformation, Voice of Youth Tanzania, Kijana Hai Foundation, Pamoja Youth Initiative, Bethany International Service, Tunaweza Organization, Empower Youth Prosperity, Mwanza Youth and Children Network, that will be implementing this project in 6 regions of Tanzania, that is Dar es Salaam, Zanzibar, Lake Region, Northern Region, Southern Highlands, and Southern Region. This project comes after the broad topic of debating and defining the kind of democracy Tanzania youth want for their country, which has always received attention and elicited mixed reaction from national leaders and the general public. Tanzania is at a critical inflection point with underground murmurs of restriction of civic space, the disconnection between decision makers and the citizens, economic and social inequalities are seen as feasible for constitutional reforms and ongoing discourse for what defines Tanzania democracy. Her Excellency, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, has seemingly sent reconciliatory signals to the country opposition and seems to be leaning toward allow citizens to claim basic human rights and freedom and the opening media outlets which were banned before. The Youth Democracy Dialogues Project will be first of its kind efforts that provides a structured opportunity for dialogue, action, and policy recommendation on youth perception and desire as to what kind of democracy that aspire for in Tanzania, mainland, and Zanzibar. Also, the project will directly address the issues of democracy, governance, using a successfully youth-led broad consultative process, community outreach, and multimedia interventions through TV, radio, and online platforms. This project intends to reach more than 10,000 young people in person and through online platforms in 6 regions, targeting a group of young people aged between 15 to 35, coming from different backgrounds, universities, out of schools, young entrepreneurs, youth from political parties, influential young Tanzania active in politics, civil societies, established opinion leaders and stakeholders among the political and economic elites on national and regional media outlets and the general public. On the sustainability part of this project, we have planned to involve local youth-led and youth-serving organizations in planning the activities of the Youth Democracy Dialogues, having financial independence and frugal use of limited resources by leveraging upon already established networks to enable project follow-ups in different regions, using other programmatic support, involving local and national leaders in the conversation from the outset, in order to get a buy-in and understanding that will enable meaningful follow-up of action points, and including mobilizing an online community across prominent multimedia platforms, including the social media platforms, where youth can continue to raise issues and hold constructive dialogues on the democratic practices and human rights issues after the 9 months of initial implementation of the project. At the end of this project, we seek to achieve the program objective of convening, defining, curating, and sharing funding of the kind of democracy Tanzania youth want for their country. And this democracy dialogue will initiate constructive debates among young people and the general public on the status and gaps in our democratic and governance system that aims at strengthening bureaucrats and bureaucratic systems in Tanzania that will trigger the development of our people and our nation. The project will build upon ongoing positive youth development work that other organizations and development partners have been supporting. With that, we expect full participation of young people and the general public across the country in these democracy dialogues for our own development. And thank you so much for your passion, and may God bless you all. Thank you. And now I would like to invite all consortium members and activists to the podium for program launch. Thank you.
So as the partners and the activists and everyone that is connected to this wonderful project comes, the comms team is ready with a video that we are going to watch as they come. Then we'll take a photo and the ambassador will launch. He needs to move for another great engagement. Yes. So the comms team, if we are ready, we are happy to have the video.
Hello, my name is Isesme Tofik. I'm working with the Mwanza Youth and Children Network.
Hello, this is Arif Murad, coordinating youth programs.
We will be hosting the youth democracy our views on the kind of democracy we need to bring about sustainable development in our country.
Give them a platform to reflect and analyze the status of democracy in their country and how they can participate and be drivers of change.
By my name, I'm Godlisten Goodluck from Arusha. I work as a program officer in Tunaweza organization. Partnership with YouLead Summit and YouLead Secretariat. We'll be taking an opportunity to invite youth from Songea to attend a democracy dialogue, which will be done on the last weeks of January under the partnership with YouLead Summit.
want you to define and debate what kind of democracy you want.
Karibuni, pamoja tunaweza.
Yes, as the launch is going to happen right here.
Okay, at this time, I announce the launch of this new initiative that will serve Tanzania for decades.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency and the honorables. I saw young people laugh when I also sneaked into the photo. Young people, you should take opportunities. I could not leave myself out, surely. So thank you very much, Your Excellency. His Excellency has to leave us, and I'm going to stay with the honorables. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to move a bit fast, but also not to leave out all the items that we intended to have. But there is a program that you see, and just go to the program that is after the launch of these democracy dialogues. So the young people, you have been very quiet, and we do not want this to continue anymore. So my co-MC, Mercy, you should get a microphone, but also I have 4 chairs. I want 4 youth leaders voluntarily to come and join the honorables, and then we shall pick it from the audience and also throw it to them, and then we have a dialogue stroke a debate. And this is how it's going to be. You know, we want to dream.
Just we need a clarity from
Yes.
Tanzania
Yes.
or from everywhere. Young people from Tanzania or from everywhere.
Young people from all over Africa.
Amazing. So
Yes.
we can have a representative per country.
We have 45 countries.
And Tanzania should host us, so we're not missing the host.
Yes, I see 3 people already moving. I need 1 more. Maybe a lady, since we have 2 gentlemen. You know, this reminds me, one day I was at a university in Uganda called Victoria University, and we got a big CEO of the Vision Group at that time, and he held 50,000 shillings in his hand, and he asked, "Who wants money?" Including me in the audience, I put up my hand. But there was an aggressive lady that just ran to the front, and that is the lady that got the money. So before we could even select, they selected themselves, and they are here. We will get to know their names. I'll give them the microphone. Of course, we know the honorables already. But the session that we are going into is about dreaming. We want to take some time to dream. When we were little, personally, I would dream, and they would ask me, "What do you want to become?" And depending on the circumstances that I was going through, that is how I would answer. When I was little, I admired to be a shopkeeper, because the shopkeeper was sitting behind a desk, and behind him there are all these sweets and all these gifts that I thought were for free, you know? Then at a later age, you want to be a driver. Why? Because you see people driving and you think those are their cars. But the dreams and visions keep changing as you grow. Yeah. So certainly, but this afternoon, we are going to have a session that is quite interesting, and we shall pick it on first from the audience. If you sat where they and those others that are not here sat, what would you do differently to make government better, youth-centered, and results-oriented. Basically, better leadership. What is it that you would do differently? For example, if you were the president of Tanzania, of Uganda, of the Gambia, Nigeria, if you were the mayor, if you were a political leader in any significant political position that you are not holding right now, what is it that you would do differently? So Mercy is with the microphone, just hands up, and let's listen to from the young people, and then we shall get back to our panel. I will delegate the hard, difficult task of selecting people to Mercy. You tell us your name, country, but conclude with Africa, and then you tell us your submission.
I think this microphone only listens to her. Thank you very much. My name is Tusubira Simon Peter. I am from Uganda, and I am from Africa. Thank you. I think this question of leadership is too big, and every leader in Uganda tries to show that a leader should do this, a leader should do that. But I think the basic of a leader should only be their character, and it is character that will help the leader deliver. Because when we look at what the leader is just doing right now, that mostly brings up politics. A leader will always, a politician will always, pretend. Yeah, pretense is the word I was looking for. A politician will pretend in the face of everybody, but then what they do afterwards there will change. Now, I think what I would do if at all I was one of the people up there, maybe the honorable MP in the Yala Parliament or the one in the Parliament of Tanzania. I think if leaders showed their good character, which is really built, you don't just wake up one day and have a good character. If they emphasize their good character, now character goes up to listening. A leader should be a good listener.
Thank you very much. I don't know why the mic went off, but I think it was naturally saying you should conclude. Thank you very much. And I hope our honorables here, including the new honorables, have picked some of those things. They will be able to tell us whether they are possible or not, or we are doing wishful thinking. So we have more hands, Mercy. We do not have all the time.
Phone has failed us. Oh, it has come back. And please be brief to the point so that we have as much opinions from young people as possible.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Ikram Amina Mohammed from Kenya. I think if I will be the president of the Republic of Kenya, hopefully one time, I'll be more accountable to my people. Transparency should also be the key of any leader in any position or any organization. And lastly, engage the public in everything you do. Public engagement and public participation is really key in your leadership. You be dictating everything or doing things on your own way. You need the people, and that's all from my side. And that's Kenya.
Thank you very much. We have heard you, the future president of Kenya. I hope the future voters, you have seen your candidate. Okay, Mercy.
So allow me to take 5 hands from this side, 5 from here.
Yes.
Because it will be a lot of exercise. I
Okay.
lose weight here.
Okay.
And I'm avoiding losing weight.
Hello, my name is Daniel from Tanzania, African. For me, if I were a leader, first of all, I would like to change the constitution of this country. Because it's very, very embarrassed to see the government or the leader are the one who making the decision for everything without engage or let the majority, that community member from the grassroots level, to decide what they want. So for me, I will change this constitution first of all.
Thank you.
Yes, hi guys. My name is Kukwaja Kilaja Funuki from Tanzania, Africa. If I would be a reader on top, I could change the syllabus or the system of education, because education is a pillar of learning each and everything.
So do we have someone else from a different country for now, so that we break the monotony a bit and hear other countries?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Nakang Lilian. I am from South Sudan and Africa. If I would be a president of South Sudan, the first thing I'll do is what he just said. South Sudan is not having a permanent constitution yet, since South Sudan became South Sudan. And I think the first thing I will do is to ensure that we get a permanent constitution for the country. Thank you.
One more from here, then we come to this row.
My name is Margaret from South Sudan. If given a chance today to be the president, the first thing I will eradicate is corruption, because it is what is really holding us back today. And that is what is increasing unemployment to the youth.
Okay. I'm spoiled of choices. So, and don't repeat something someone else has said. So if you've raised your hand to affirm a point, please let's get new voices to this conversation.
Hello, I'm Jeremiah Mbevi from Kenya. I'll do 3 things if given opportunity. First of all, number 1, I will invest much in manufacturing. Today, we are suffering as Africa because we are net importers. We are not manufacturing our own products. Look at our coffee in Kenya. Look at our tea. We are exporting raw beans, then importing manufactured coffee from other countries. Number 2, I will reduce borrowing. True. All major projects, water projects, road projects will be locally funded by our own banks in our countries. Because I'm telling you, we are slaves, and we're still becoming slaves because our countries are borrowing more. Number 3, I will nationalize mines. Look at our soda ash in Kenya. Look at Tanzanite in Tanzania. Look at titanium in Kenya. We need to have our own companies. We need to train our mineralogists so that we can be able to actually earn and get value for our money in those mines. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll skip Kenya for now. So we go to Uganda.
If I got chance to be president, I would make sure that a president serves for only 2 terms. That is, I would put up a term limit. Then I would make sure that my country people have freedom of expression. I would make sure that youth are included in everything, especially decision making. Thank you.
I was begging to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm from South Sudan. If I was His Excellency Salva Kiir, I would make sure agriculture is the first thing, because we're suffering from hunger and importation. Thank you.
You forgot to return it.
Thank you so much. My name is Edmund Kaziri. I'm an African born in Tanzania. I'm pursuing Bachelor of Laws at the University of Dar es Salaam. Personally, I believe there are 2 things in leadership, effective leadership. First is what I call capacity and the intention. We talk a lot about the capacity of leaders, the ability to make policies. We talk of the ability to bring engagement to the people. But there is this thing of intention. There are so many leaders who are there in the political spheres. They do have positions and authority, but do they really have the genuine intention to bring development in Africa? So I think this is something which should be taken into consideration. So if I were to be the president of Tanzania, I would make sure I open up leadership training centers all over the country so that we invest in the generation of current generation and the generation to come, so that to bring people to the development that we wish. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I hope you're well. My name is Happy. I'm from Tanzania. I work with ActionAid. Yeah. So one thing that is really bothering me as far as leadership is concerned, I hate leaders who spearhead hate speech among youth. So I think for us youth to come together and unite and really work for our agenda, especially the community development, I think it's very important for leaders to not spearhead hate speech. It's very true that different youth come from different political parties, especially in Tanzania, we have so many different political parties. But then if leaders, the ones who are like, you know, okay, thank you. If leaders are the ones who are like pushing the agenda of hate speech, then I think that is not. Okay. I believe for leaders, I believe for youth to be, to unite and work on the community agenda, it's very important to put aside the hate speech and then work on together for development purpose. Thank you.
Okay. I'm delighted to have you joined here, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ibrahim, and I'm if I were a leader, my mission would be to create a better tomorrow of Africa through building and empowering or creating firm foundation for the lives of the needy people, housing the homeless, teaching the illiterate. And another point is to ensure a peaceful handover of power and leadership. Just like Tanzania did, our country is lacking peaceful handover of power. So that's my point.
Please don't. We almost. And if your country's representative has spoken. That row. Yes, that row before we go to the back bench.
I'm Irene from Uganda. And if I was given an opportunity to be a leader, one, I would not only skill the youth, because the youth are being skilled, but after gaining the skills, they don't have the market. So they sit with their skills at home. So me, what I would do is make sure I go ahead and provide market for their products. And I believe the market is there, but the youth are not aware. So I create the awareness.
No. Which country? Which country? Tanzania or?
I hope no one changes the country at this moment to be able to get an opportunity.
Thank you. This is Padere Enoch, Uganda, Africa. From the ideological point of view, if I were to be a leader, I'll look at one thing from the Bible. Number one. Hello? Number one, the issue of leadership comes from God. Look at the way Moses moved from, is it? Okay. The way Moses moved from Egypt to the promised land. He didn't reach. There was change of leadership on the way. People should accept change of leadership. If you don't bear fruits, If you don't, there is a term, that is term limit. So if you don't bear fruits, then give opportunity to other people who bear fruits. I therefore conclude by saying that if someone is a mother, he will be a mother. Signs and characteristics of a mother can be seen. If they are not seen, for example, if an MP is elected to be an MP and you don't see the MP-ship in that MP, then those people should go. How do they go? By laws, effective laws. You speak about laws, good laws painted, but the practicability, the fruits on the ground, they are not there. They are not working on how the laws go. So if they are supposed to leave, they leave. And so that we have better governance. Thank you.
1 minute, we empower this thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am Fabien Keita from Mali. If I were sit where there I sit now, we face one what I will do is to change the mindset of the young people. Because after that, I will make sure that every young people on Africa get a job after studying. This is what I will do. This is what I want to do right now to change the mentality of everyone here. If I said something, you said one Africa. One people, one faith, one goal, one young. We are the young people, we should change Africa, and we are the role to change Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Tanzania.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samira Mohammed. I am from Kenya. I'm sorry. Well, I come from this very small island in Kenya. It's called Wasini Island. And honestly, if tsunami, earthquake were to hit, we would be the first ones to be hit. But let's pray it never happens. So I was this close to being there today. I'm one of the individuals in Kenya who is actively participating in politics. In our most recent general elections, 2022, this August, I was contesting for deputy governor in my county. Thank you. And sadly, did not get enough votes to get me to that position. Anyhow, to cut the story short, I'm not giving up. I'm still going back there in 2027 because sadly, the opposition. Yes, we do not have electricity. Pulling up, we thank God, World Bank has come through and some other organizations that are working towards it, and hopefully soon, by next year, we will get to see light in our area. So, again, what we need as leaders is to involve our people. What we need to do is talk to our people. Let us not get appointed and then run away from our people. This is what they do. Most of politicians, this is what they do. My sisters out there, I hope you connect with your people because they need you. They really need you. They don't need you when you want votes. They need you after that.
We've seen them running away because now we have problems. We want to talk to them and tell them that we have this and that. They don't want to come back to us.
I'm sorry, I'll have to cut you short. Because we have other countries and we need to hear voices of young. No, 1 minute. We agreed. Thank you. So we have, and kindly, I've realized, I was told they are from DRC. Kindly, we have other countries in this venue, and this is a platform where we want to hear voices from other countries. So please.
Hello everyone. I'm Stephen Malaki from DRC, from Africa, and from east of the DRC, exactly at Goma. If I have the chance to be a leader for DRC, I will make sure, firstly, to bring peace in east of the DRC. Like you know, it is past 25 years, there is war on this party. Thank you.
Thank you. We want to know if there's a representative of a different country before we give the other voices. There are young people that have burning questions. Kenya, Tanzania, anyone from Nigeria that wants to say something? Gambia, Ghana, Liberia, Malawi. We're doing affirmative action for this moment, then because we need affirmative action for young people.
Thank you. My name is Noukolu Harris, and I'm from Liberia. So if I had the opportunity to lead my country, Liberia, my first action would be ensuring that every government line ministry, agency, or entity have about 60% of its employees as young people. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Okay, afternoon. I am Chol Marial. I am from South Sudan. South Sudan is the last born of Africa. If I were to be the president of South Sudan, I would make sure that the Republic of South Sudan grow enough food to feed its population, because he who controls what they eat control their destiny, as the former of the president of the Republic of Burkina Faso, Thomas Sankara, puts it. If I were to be the president of Africa, if it is there, I would make sure the African leaders is going to the Western world begging for food and donations, because all we want is in the Africa, and Africa is the land of great abundance. I would also make sure I will erase all the boundaries in Africa, because they are the source of the disunity we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As this session still goes on, we need one Allen Mbavazi. Allen Mbavazi, you will need to go to the front desk just at the reception. We really need you urgently. Allen Mbavazi. And then I also have a key. It has a Kenyan flag. It's really beautiful. If you don't come for it, I'll take it. I'm joking. The key looks like this, so you may need to go to your room at some point so you can see me for it. Please, let's go ahead. And soon we shall get to our honorables up there. And you may be wondering why this session is like this. We are capturing and we are tweeting, we are Facebooking. All this information will reach our leaders. And then tomorrow when you're in the office, we shall also hold you accountable. Thank you.
I right now, at the expression of young people wanting to speak, I am feeling very guilty by denying you opportunities to speak. Please allow me. So we have our brother here going first.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Najuna Bright, Uganda, Africa. You're forgetting one thing. We are one part, East Africa, Africa.
First and foremost, you need to talk about currency, our currency. As East Africa, as Africa, we should have one currency. Then another thing is implementation of what we discuss in Parliament, of what we discuss here. If you don't implement what you discuss, you're doing nothing. You're doing nothing totally.
Malawi, 1 minute, I'm coming to Malawi. Tanzanians have said they have home ground advantage. So.
Thank you. My name is Nixon from Tanzania. Let me go straight to the question and the concern, and I literally like to direct to the members of parliament, both of the EALA and the Parliament of Tanzania. By profession, I'm the lawyer, but all that we have said, my brother just said, we lack something called implementation. For those members of parliament, we were speaking about connecting and having the youth networks, but have you explained to us what mechanism have you taken in the houses of parliament by taking the bills? Because all of these that we are talking require laws. We need written laws that will express and define those institutions that we all need. But members of parliament, and this is the lack, you need to address the bills and make laws so that we implement them, then we have the results. If I were a leader, that's what I could do. Thank you.
And please, I know when you're given an opportunity, instead of speaking about what you'll do, you start speaking about others. Please say, if I was a leader as Mercy, I'll make sure that all countries present here speak before, before any other country.
Thank you so much. I'm Christian Chigalimba, an African from Malawi. I'm a political and gender activist, so I've been very active in politics since 2019. We had 2 elections, one the general tripartite elections, and we had another election, which we all know, the fresh presidential election. On both elections, I was on forefront with the youth movement. Now, I'll speak on behalf of African leaders. Now, I say this today because I know tomorrow we have the US African Leadership Summit in USA. Now, if I were those African leaders going to the US African Summit, I would not talk about the AFCTA because one, the Western world is not interested in our development, particularly the AFCTA. I would not touch on it, no negotiations about it, because that is our gold. 2, I'll speak as a Malawian president, Dr. Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera. If I were Dr. Chakwera, I would be a proactive president and not a reactive president. In that, I would also implement the promises I made during campaign of reducing the presidential powers, thus immunity. Because once implicated in corruption, which is our major disease, it means that I want to be held accountable. There's no way to be running from presidential immunity if you know you're doing the right thing. Thank you.
I will give my brother from Nigeria, then I'll go to the last call at the end, the gentleman at the farthest. Liberia, sorry.
Okay, I'm Prince Desmond Gay from Liberia. If I were the president of the Republic of Liberia, I would remove one arm of the legislature. I will do away with bicameral legislature because I think they are wasting a lot of resources. We cannot have a lot of people in parliament taking salaries, huge amount of the budget is spent on recurrent expenditures, and less is going to development. We have to think about reducing those people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Pevil, all the way from Tanzania, pure African.
The first thing I will do if I become a leader is definitely re-educating the youngster. We don't know the purpose of education. We don't effectively use our education to change the community. That's first. Secondly, we are going to cut the government expenditure by a half and invest heavily in agriculture. Because the Westerners are terming us as a source of raw materials, then we should provide them with enough raw materials so that we can create economically prosperous community. Because the report says, for instance, in Tanzania, we rely heavily on agriculture, but agriculture contributes 26% of it only. So you can imagine we are not tapping enough in agriculture. But if we tap enough in agriculture, we are going to change the economy, and at least it will boost the economy to go into manufacturing. Thank you.
If you have something that has not been said, very new, very invigorating, something out of the ordinary, and if you've spoken, please lower your hand.
Good afternoon.
And then as we go forward. Yes.
I'm Charity Abe Mukasa from Uganda, Africa. I think what you are forgetting is that you cannot lead people who are not healthy. So as a leader, I would invest more on the health of my people. We realize that a lot of youths are dying. WHO says every 40 seconds someone commits suicide. So as a leader, I would really focus on the health of my people, because when your people are healthy, you have the human resource to manage the other resources for development and all that. Thank you.
Burundi.
Hello, everyone. Proud to be from Burundi, the Heart of Africa. If I were a leader, I would invest much effort in bringing back every Burundian who have been scattered abroad, using their money abroad so that they can come back and then use their money within the country. The second thing, I would change the French system, English system. Thank you.
No, you've not finished. Kindly, I went to school and they told me, if you can't shut up and listen to other people talking, no one will shut up and listen to you. So kindly listen to other young people as they share their experiences and their opinions. Thank you.
Okay, I was about to finish. I was saying that I would change the French system into English system and make sure students are learning in the language they understand, so that they might apply in their daily life what they learned to school. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amran Ali. I'm from Kenya, the northern part of Kenya, Garissa. For me, if I was to be a leader, what I will do is, I'm a feminist, so I will give all the platforms, the spaces, and the leadership spaces to women, because I believe women. Yes. Okay, as we know, women are home builders, they are not home breakers, and that's why a country is referred to as a she. Let's give women more platform.
I think I've been told this conversation, you'll take it to tea break, because the young people have a lot of things to say. And right now, I know you have very, very, very urgent things and burning. Please hold them on, hold them on.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look on the program, we're supposed to have this session twice. So we will try to create time, maybe tomorrow or even within today, you never know, and continue. What I would want to tell you is that do not leave this summit without speaking to us. Let's hear your mind. Let's hear your ideas. Let's share. Let's share as much as possible. We shall keep creating those spaces for, it is our summit. So as young people, we shall be able to speak. We shall listen from our elders. They will also listen from us, but we shall speak more. I can promise you on that. But now, permit me, I see the hands are still there, and I really relate with you very much because I have been in the audience many times, and you want to speak and it's not given. So I want all of us, I see hands that are persisting. Let us just point at one person, and that is the person that will speak. I'm going to count 3. Listen! Hello! Listen. Just take your hand up like this, everybody, wherever you are. Just put it up. Put it up. And I'm going to count 3, and then you will drop it sideways. Where the most hands will be is the person that will speak, and that will be the last person. Are we ready? 3, 2, go! Who? Okay, now, with this 4, you come here. Come here. The 4, not, okay, up, it's okay. Come. It's okay, you're an African lady, come up. Even without shoes, come. Yeah. So we are going to vote. Not all the 4 will speak. You want all the 4 to speak? You want all the 4 to speak? If you say so, who am I? So, but very briefly though.
Oh, yeah.
Very briefly.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. It means a lot to get vote for. So if I was a leader, and this one is not just for political leadership, it's any leadership, there is no accountability. Anything that we do as leaders, we always want to malinger around our words. So me as a leader and as a president in 2037 in Kenya, I would make sure everyone has accounted, every MP, every MCA, any person in leadership, not only in the government, but in institution. You have to stay accounted for what you do. And again, there is disability inclusion. I really want any person living with disability to know they are worth, they are able, and they can do anything. They are also people, and they are among us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Atwine Crispus. My hand has been persistent. And the reason is, what I wanted to talk is passionate about youth. We have seen youth. Now, previously, blacks were enslaved. Nowadays, we are enslaving ourselves to Europe or those countries. What is lacking? Patriotism. And how do I address that if I was a leader? I would go the South Korea model. What do? They have a national service. If you implement that, everyone is taught all that through maybe a minimum of a year. And when you have that, it means you will create a leadership instead of inheriting our leaders who have not been patriotic. So in addressing that, you just create a national service. Thank you.
Yes, before the next speaker speaks, we have students from St. Augustine University, and the driver has been waiting for a long time. I thought you could hear from the honorable at the front before you leave, but you may quietly want to move towards the gate so that you can move. Possibly we shall explore opportunities if you can join us again, maybe on Thursday when we are here again. Please.
Thank you so much. My name is Charles Okello. I'm glad to be here, but one thing very much important. I was born in someone regimes from Uganda, and that regime is still ruling us with iron hands. I come from northern Uganda, but I would like to tell you one thing. Reconciliation and accountability is something which is lacking. I wish I could be given an opportunity to be the leader. Among the 9 presidents in Uganda, we have not had any of them who have successfully gone through without doing atrocities on people. So to me, I see reconciliation is a must to me, so that the North and the Central come together. I'm among the few lucky people to work in Central Uganda. If your name starts with O, and getting an accommodation only is a challenge for us. So accountability and reconciliation is a must for us. Thank you so much. I work with religious institutions that bring the 7 umbrella of religions institution in Uganda. So accountability and reconciliation is a must for us. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Veniste from Burundi. If I become a president or a leader, I can make effort the first time in the health insurance, because the country cannot have a good economy without have the good insurance or the good health for the peoples. Is why I'm standing here. Many people are coming from Burundi. They know that I'm a boss of my company insurance from Bujumbura. Company, health insurance company from Bujumbura. And the second also, I can make effort for the big pharma for two things. The first one, my country must have the food, and the second also, we must have some product to export, and the final, we must create the universities, technical schools, because many young know and understand the job, but they don't know how to apply exactly. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My apologies for being barefoot. Being a youth means you have to fight for your opportunity. So I wanted to say just two things. One, I'm Eunice. I'm a human rights defender. I'm from Kenya, Africa. Two things that I feel I would do as a young leader, and I think that's something I would want everyone to carry home. One is creating intergenerational, intercultural, interreligion dialogues, especially around preventing and countering violent extremism, because this is something that has faced almost every, if not every country in Africa right now. And I would sit with my fellow leaders, and that is you guys, because you're the future leaders of